Hello everyone, welcome to stream. Let me recap what happened last time. What did happen last time? I think, was that last time? I think we went to court. We didn't really prove much besides, actually, was that last stream, or was it the stream before that? No, I think it was last stream where the cowboy man got arrested, I guess. Because he, did a crime. Because he kept sneaking into places and whatever. And then, also, I think Gumshoe lost his job, too. And we figured out that we found new evidence that the chief of the police was hiding in his room. And we have no idea why he was hiding that in his room, but he was. And he kicked us out of his office and whatever because we found evidence, the evidence he was hiding. And I think it's most likely him, probably. I mean, why would he hide evidence? That's kind of weird. So, yeah. Let's just get into it. How about that? We'll figure it out. We'll figure out who did it. We're on the final trial. Let's see if we're gonna be able to prove him that he did it. Or somebody did it, at least. I had no idea. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is a defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Okay. Edgeworth. Knowing you, I cannot. Sorry. Knowing you, you've already figured that out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know what? The only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in the court, right? Okay. This is it. All by myself. Literally with no defendant. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Scott. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. I think I just totally lost all my words. Chief Gant. There's that guy. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, OG. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Just say it. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case enough through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer a naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm not his little sister. I would want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Feel like I'm just in the back seat here. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Yeah, I'm the one with all the evidence here. Okay. What evidence do I have again? Let me see. What evidence? Okay. Okay. That sure is a lot of stuff. Okay. Ripped in half. This is the full. I'll just press for everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the then deputy chief of police Gant. He's the chef of police. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damien Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then. But can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene in my mind. I see. I told a detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. Objection, but the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, wait. What do I have on the list? Okay, I have... Not that. I'm gonna check this. What's on here? You can't read. I don't think. Oh! Oh, that might be, important. Can I, like, flip it so I can, like... Oh! That might be important! A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a bad feeling about this. This is the picture! Should I present it? Okay, let's first stab Mr. Marshall in the chest. I'm gonna press on this first before I do. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. I need to present the picture. Present picture, I hope. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Oh! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. Objection! What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn in the back of my list. Is that thing? What? The mascot? Why is the mascot there? That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Hi.
Hello.
Boom. Right as faint. As she mentioned, she fainted. Boom.
Huh?
How are you doing?
Wait, are you asking me or are you talking in the game dialogue?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm good. My mom got me McDoubles.
Nice. I am just
You want some
streaming
fries?
game. No, I do not want
Oh,
fries right now.
Lions.
I'm kind of full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just playing the game and I'm having this person testify and I'm seeing what the contradictions are or whatever. Trying to get as much information out of them. Because I need it. So yeah. That's what I'm doing right now.
Huh?
Lots of vine booms.
Huh?
Ho,
Huh?
ho, ho, ho.
Anyway, exit music.
Okay. Okay. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damien Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should have still been fresh in our mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had such a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. Objection. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture... Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exact scene. It wasn't influenced by any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. White? Right? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... There's clearly a contradiction here. Well, yeah, maybe you can't tell who they are? Or is it the item in the hand? Flashlight was so bright, oh, I can see where the shadows must have fainted. What do I have? What can I present? What can I present? What the heck would that be? What would that blunt square object be? What is that? Why is that so... I guess it could be that. Or is it that? Wait, no. How would it be that? That doesn't make sense. Okay, but... What is it? That doesn't look like a knife, because it's not... Unless it is the knife. No, wait. What would I present? The knife? I don't think it's that. What is it? What I saw. Okay, maybe I don't present it there. I have things to lose. That's fine. What's that? Whatever. I can lose a little bit if I have to. Oh, that definitely wasn't it. 7. Yeah, no. No, yeah, that no. It's something. It's something. It's something. It shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Well, what would I present? That you can't tell? I mean, how would I do that? I can't present the photo to the photo. That doesn't make a lot of sense, I don't think. Wait, let's press again. You know, I already know, like, I already read through this. Okay, let's see. Let's see exactly. What's the contradiction? I'm a little bit confused. Is there a way for me to... I can't present the photo to the photo. I feel like that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's what it is. Not Goodman's. That's what it is. Objection! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? I don't know, maybe the way that this man's facing? I think it's... No, no. Okay. Where do you want me to point? At the knife? Do I need to point at the knife? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Objection! Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? Objection. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damien Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled to the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, It can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. What is the real murder weapon? I don't have anything else.
You have shoes with this girl.
Joey!
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, you're really quiet.
Oh, hey, Shelby. I don't know why.
I
I
turned
think
you
turned
up.
me. Okay. Hey, Papa.
Hi, Joey. Hi, Bubs. I'm trying to figure out what to present here.
By the way, because of you, I might honestly just go to the next game just to see how it is. Because I know every single trial in the first game.
You don't have to. I mean, it's still fun to go through them.
I know.
Let's see. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Do I present the photo and present... Here, what was the... I want to see the knife tip again. Is that the tip of that? Or that? Could it be that? No way. Is that why it's missing? Because it was used as a murder weapon? I doubt it.
I actually think it's... Yeah, reveal the picture. Send a picture.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this photo. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh wait, do you want to voice somebody? I've just been voicing all of them for so long.
Sure, I'll take Edgeworth.
Okay.
If it'll load. It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's...
The fucker?
Wait. Oh wait, do you want to voice her too? The
No,
little
go ahead.
girl. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark and pulled out this knife, being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that... Oh wait, you. That's you. I'm so used to voicing them all.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
The weird calling him Mr. Edgeworth, but because if the prosecutor's award knife was the murder weapon, that means the murder victim would be reversed. Murder and victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
Slaps desk. I mean,
Slaps desk.
This man raising the knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
Phoenix's reaction.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here?
Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Hold it! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth!
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, so she might be a suspect?
No, we don't know anything right now. We're just kind of we got three whole pages of freaking evidence, and we're just going with it right now. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly the most unusual testimony.
Try again. Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs
Joey,
didn't design him
just-
until last
Joey.
year.
Say the line when you're not yelling.
The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until last year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense... Stop, please! Don't pursue this any further! Actually, do you want to voice her? I don't want to voice her anymore.
I'll do it.
Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. I heard that. Well, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
How did you already know?
I'm reading the script.
Silence. The defense will now
Yes,
begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Press.
Okay, I guess I'll press everything. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think. All I could really see were shadows.
That power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. Thanks, Dad. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But, as we theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've gotta help the other person.
They've changed that since the DS game as well. That line used to say, I've got to help Mr. Marshall, not the other person.
What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
In a matter of just a few seconds, Miss Sky. Miss Sky was almost killed. Then she wouldn't stop.
What are you reading?
Oh. Okay, they have changed it a lot. I'm reading, like I said, I'm reading the old DS script.
Well, don't read the DS script.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to the murder that took place. There's so much happening in a matter of seconds. Okay, that was close.
I mean, I will say, I've seen that the trilogy, like this trilogy, came out 2 times.
Really?
Yeah, there's 2 versions of it that came out 2 different years. One came out, like, I think, like in 2012, and the other one came out in 2014. It's kind of weird.
Odd.
Why they came out, like, 2 times. So maybe that's why there's a change of lines.
True. A little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course, see? Ow, don't say anything. What did you do?
I just switched over to phone.
You are so loud now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, there.
Sorry.
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast.
Now I'm gonna turn you up a little bit. It's just you keep making like loud background noises. You like moving? Are we?
I am going to get snack.
Oh, okay.
And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I've seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have been. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Shut the fuck up, Edgeworth.
That may well be. But what's important is that what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, tell us what this shadow really is.
What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when... Joey, do you want to mute? Hadn't been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mystery blue badger lookalike.
You still have the trophy itself?
Wait a few seconds. No way. Could it really be this?
Turn it upside down. On its side. Turn it on its side and facing up with the hole.
I'm really trying. Why is the turn thing so weird? HB. Like, what do you mean, like, on its side? Like, which side? Wait! There's a handle missing. So if it was like this...
Mm-hmm. What are your
maybe? Or like that? Or like... It has to be this, though. It has to be. Don't you think? Like, maybe something like that? Like, could be any position, but it definitely is that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna present it. Here it goes.
Yeah.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't, as it stands now. Just a plain jar. However, what if we're to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at. Okay. It's not like that, I don't think.
It's not. Turn that around. You're close.
What do you mean close? Like, what direction close?
Okay, turn 180 degrees.
It's really difficult to...
There you go. A little to the right, though.
I can't...
Well, that still works.
This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. What do you mean? That just looks like the badger! Joey.
Oh, sorry. Let me remind the defense. Its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew, we cannot accept these claims.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it! Gotta show them the correct angle to look like this.
Right the first
Just, I need to, like, not that way. Not like that. Not like that. I need to turn it to the side. How do I turn it to the...
Q and R, Q and R, Q and R, Q and R.
It's not Q and R! Is that Q?
It says on the screen.
Oh. Wait, and then I need to turn it... No, not that way. Really? It's not like that.
About there, yeah. Yeah.
Are we sure that's, like, absolutely correct? Because it was slightly off last time, and then...
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to make it absolutely straight. Stop! Stop turning back! Like that. There, I think like that. I hope. I hope like that.
No, a little to the right. A little to the right.
Oh my god.
There you go.
There. Like that.
Yes.
Is that back part too high now?
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
How is that not right? Bro, that's exactly the shape. That's literally the exact... What? Here, maybe there's another way to make it look like that.
No, you're right. I have the image pulled up.
But that's not right, Joey. It just said it was not right. So that image is wrong.
Damn.
Okay. Let me just... Not that way. Not that. Not that. I don't know what to do. Did they literally just present it like that? Am I wrong? Okay.
Too high.
I know that. I'm just trying to make sure that they're perfectly right. I can't get it to be like exactly like in the middle. Okay, I guess that's good enough. And then just a little bit showing of that. Like that. Okay, I think that looks exactly like the photo. What do you think?
I agree. Present.
I swear, actually, is it a little bit higher? No, not that high. There. How is that not right? That is exactly the photo! Joey, get me a better photo.
Joey, give me this, give me that, give me that.
Because I swear that looks exactly like it. How? Like, go through, like... Can you find the walkthrough video and just find the part where they present this? Because that probably will have a better quality photo than that. Because, like, this is not working, obviously. When it should be. Should be working, but it's not. It's being annoying. Like, how does that not look exactly like it? How? How?
Oh, this is a big walkthrough.
Yes, they usually are pretty big.
That's what she said. Dang, I gotta comb this video. Because the dude doing the walkthrough has, like, put each chapter as, or each segment is the new chapter. Like, it's one video.
I did it! Bro!
Yeah, let's go!
Well,
Thank God I didn't have to
Is
scroll through
this-
that entire goddamn video.
is this a miracle or what? Yeah, really, is this a miracle or what? Like, that took forever to get the right angle. You know, I literally did the same exact angle like 5 times. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. Now make sure you get back to the screen share.
Back in the screen share, I was on what's it called, my phone.
What?
What?
What? I thought you were saying
Nothing, I just
something.
said I'm-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said I was on my phone looking at the video. I'm back on the computer anyway.
Oh, okay. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question still remains. Are you good in bed? What is your fucking point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
That changes a lot of things because there's literally blood on the jar. And it was crushed. So... Objection! I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. There's literally blood on the frickin' base. Can you see, Edgeworth?
Well, very well then. Please, enlighten us, you fucking imbecile. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
The location of the murderer. I think. That means there's another person. Because we don't know much about the murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
at a very specific angle, I bet, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damien Gant.
Body was lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witnesses testified herself.
Objection! Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection! Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Grant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? He has no fucking reason.
Edgeworth, it seems unlike you to use curse words in the court since you're so on top of your job.
This fucking brat made me do it.
You can voice the girl as that, but no. Exactly.
Oh.
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A dildo.
The knife? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp, dangerous-looking sword.
That's a spear.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Surely you don't think ever.
Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I could go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
The events took place at the defense's theories. That theory has theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
The evidence was there. I can't deny it. She was the murderer. Yep. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Wait, Marshall died?
No! Yes.
When the fuck did Marshall
There's
die?
no, there's two of them. They're brothers. One was a prosecutor, one was a
Oh.
detective.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was a witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Voicer.
Objection. What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you.
Damn, that's your boss right there.
If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out that Emma did it, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you must have to go and have proof. Tell me.
Oh, I have the proof. Don't make me show it.
Do you have any conclusive evidence that prove my sister killed Neil Marshall?
I have the proof. I don't want to show it. Evidence? Oh, I don't want to show it. That's so sad. I'm accusing a
I'd
freaking...
like to bet you don't.
She would have been 14. I'm accusing a 14-year-old at the time. A murder. Okay. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
Unless you have evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on the testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incidents are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Scar. Of course, that only leaves us one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean that the possibility that the victim has left us with a message. Or left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. I cut his hands off.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence, because I have it, I think. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright.
Should I really do this? Should I really accuse a 14-year-old of murder?
Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. no matter how painful it can be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Oh, I have to really show it. I hate this. Oh, I literally have a piece of cloth that he was wearing at the time, like his jacket or whatever, like his vest, that has her handprint on it. I guess I have to. What can I do? It's not this, though, right? Because I don't know what that is. No. Yeah, it's definitely this, though. I don't know. Let me just check this. What? Like, that can't be sky. What would that? It's either the handprint or the jar. But I think it's the handprint because that literally.
I think it's the jar. It's the jar.
It's the jar?
Yeah.
Oops. Excuse me. This is the message left by the deceased. This is the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he trying to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
Nope, sorry. It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Wait. Is this supposed to make a letter? No.
I think it's supposed to make a word.
Or like a word, yeah, that's what I mean. Yes. There's a line here drawn in blood. It's your line.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
Once someone apparently wiped away. But blood must be seeped into the jar. Must have seeped into the jar where the lines have changed directions. Oh, 1 second, my audio's gone.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Okay, should I just wait for... Okay. Here, I'm gonna turn you up again. Oh, wait. Is he... No, he's not. Okay. Just making sure. Turn you up again. Now tell me if you change devices again, please.
I know I did my audio, like my headphones unplugged.
Okay.
I've been on computer for a while.
I know, but I'm saying if you do change devices again, just tell me. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing that the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Wait, so it's...
That to there.
Wait, how do I... M-A?
That first thing's an E.
Oh. I didn't think about that.
That line's fine. Present.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. That I'd accuse her own sister of murder. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall had left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Why is she holding behind her back? Kind of weird. Kind of suspicious.
So did we already solve who killed the other person?
Not yet. That's what we're getting to here. Do you want me to voice?
God.
Do you want me to voice the chief or no? Or do you want to voice the chief?
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Say, Worthy. Can't say I didn't warn you. You've got. Do you understand the implications of what you just done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dog was sentenced to death. He was convicted because he was of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not?
Yeah, but you're also the one that hid the evidence, so that's also a crime, you know, Gant. Poor Edgeworth. This whole case, he's just being slammed. Whole case.
I mean, what? Yes, Worthy. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Okay, that wasn't really his fault, but... Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We are defenders of justice.
What? Then what the hell are we? Why are we here? I might as well just leave this court right now if we're not. I don't want to be here. I'm not a defense of justice. What does that mean?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death? It's no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up of evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied. Edgeworth is a bitch.
Well, let me hear that. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. We're continuing it right now. Right now.
If I say, we'll see y'all later.
We'll see you all next stream. Just kidding. I'm not ending stream yet. It's a little bit too early. Or premature, I should say.
Premature.
Let's keep going. Is Edgeworth gonna, like, panic to me or something? February 25th, 1206 District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Or am I gonna run into the chief? Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
You look so sad every time. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
It's back into existence. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all while on duty. On top of it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. My fat ass can't run so far. She asked me to give you this while there was a break from today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. Number 1. We already know about this. I'm just gonna, it's, you know, it's like a flashback. We don't need to read those.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said you're planning to take him on. You're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need it to give this book a through read.
Doesn't look like the book will do anything good now, though. But later on, if you keep it real close to your eye, it may help you dodge a bullet. Literally.
Okay, Gumshoe, thank you.
We'll shoot if you don't get Edgeworth out this case. Have a gun.
Okay.
All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Oh, what the fuck did you just say to me, you little shit? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why am I still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Edgy. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forced evidence you weren't aware of. Now Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. Now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. As I look over to Edgeworth. It has hurt him. A lot. February 25th, 1252 District Court, courtroom number 9. Let's go back into the court. Did it say 6 or did it say 9?
It said 9.
Okay. I got really scared there. Court will now
Sorry.
reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. What do you mean? You're the one that said 6 and made me second question myself.
No, I know that was my fault. That's what I was saying. Sorry.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions that were definitely not your fault, but we're gonna blame you anyways.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, what? This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain.
I just realized.
Made us deal.
His eyes kind of look like hearts.
Some paper.
Do they all look like
Struck a
that?
deal. Made a bargain.
No. His eyes don't.
Got some green. You'd think I may have manipulated the witnesses.
I didn't say that. It's just, you see,
you blighted.
everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
Read the case. The prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Precedent, but yes.
I know, I tried to say it, but it didn't work.
Undeniably, this is usual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't been struck by any deals with the witnesses.
I like how Edgeworth is pretty much just, like, making sure, like, the trial stays on track, but then also just, like, having me just do everything. Like, all the work. Like, he'll be like, well, we have proof, and it's like, no, you don't, Edgeworth. I have the proof. I'm the one that has to present all the proof. I'm
Exactly.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over.
The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Should I really do him now? Really?
Yes.
I haven't gotten her to... Okay, I guess... I'm gonna bring him up. Damien Gant. The defense calls Damien Gant to the stand. Damien Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
Let's look at his habit. He still should be in the courtroom. He'd also be the least likely to have any manipulated. He would have been manipulated if he'd been anywhere. But wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. The real murderer. hate this guy so much. Hate him so much with a passion. Hate him.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Fried chicken. Your name and occupation, sir. Really? Are you sure you want to be doing this? Your name and occupation. I'm losing mine. So, you want to play hardball?
Please,
Fine.
Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the Chief Police Officer.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, right on. What's with the green face? What's with the green face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Incident, yeah.
Oh, you mean that time Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for, like you hiding evidence. And forging evidence, actually. And hiding some of the list of evidence. Like the role you played in all of this. By hiding evidence, I'll just go down the whole list. You know, I don't want to go down the whole list again.
Son, either you're very brave or very stupid. Or both. You were convinced, of course, that a police chief that has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons? Are you threatening me in front of a courtroom? And the judge?
Always. Sure. Take my testimony for an example. I don't give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action can also carry risks.
You know what? Let me look at the court record really quick. I should read the book right now in the middle of court. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Which means he had to approve. Okay. So this is well. Anyways, let's continue. Joby.
Sorry. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember. This turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you, bitch.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Let's stop threatening my fucking people. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Which will help is I found Lana there. Then she arranged the crime scene. See, I had nothing to do with such forgery.
Well, yes you did. You had everything to do with the forgery. is that when Dark was arrested.
He was lying on the floor unconscious. Whenever somebody was flying, it seems Dark pumped his head hard.
I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. That the police chief has the right to refuse to testify. And I better hit him hard and fast. Okay, I'm not even gonna press him. Because I already know. Alright, I don't think I really need to press him on that. Found Lana there. I don't know, should I press him on at least this one? Probably. But the thing is, he's also the... What if, like, I press once, then he's like, you're not allowed to do anything else.
I'm checking.
I think I need to present the book. The law book. Because if you look... Not at that. If you look at the law book... It says, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. So that means he would have to have approved it because he was in the police department. Am I wrong?
Yes. Also...
Yes?
Press him on, as I recall. Neil and I were questioning him on that day.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a bit of a workaholic. After winning this war, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably with Stu Dark, and he made a run for it. Was defendant Lonnet Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she was there when Dark ran for it.
Okay, now I can present on the last one. One of the last ones. Present the book though, right? The law book? Law?
Nope.
No?
No, you press.
No, you just press? Okay.
Yeah, you press the entire... It looks like you press the entire time, actually.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how long it must have felt. Second.
Okay.
But moving a body in continents are inexcusable, no matter circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at something, stare at my ass.
Edgeworth. Maybe not in court.
You'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always good with just smooth talking.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Now do I present the book, or do I really need to press everything? I guess I'll press everything. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Doc made it first to the elevator. So Neil asked, "What?" He went upstairs, I went downstairs, I guess you could say. You got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Let's just say that. Probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
That was shocking, alright. Neil and that serial killer were tangled together.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, he apparently hit us and knocked out. Next to them were the two girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana's cradling him in her arms like a little baby. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. If I was some, it was my pseudo armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway. Go to the forgery one?
Are you sure I don't press the law book?
Yeah, no, you do.
What, Joey?
It's right next to it. It's right next to it. You don't present the law.
Present this?
Yep.
Objection. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
I don't know. You told me, son.
Huh?
I do right over. Don't you know? The second rule of first law.
Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence product must be relevant to the case in the trial. Tell me how this rag into the trial.
It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. I'm telling you, I need to present the book! Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Just say the line, Joey.
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only
Thank
because
you.
you
I
asked,
assure
Reggie.
you, defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. I'm telling you, I need to present the book.
Actually, you don't.
You don't?
It's the pot.
I present the pot to him?
Mm-hmm.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Blame yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar
Shut the
was
fuck up.
discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof you have also played a part in the legal investigation. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may be even a worthy rival.
Well, yeah. So you admitted to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me, or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that if that's not even my case?
Well, you were the one who snuck my off when you found the evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forgery, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? Righto. Ugh. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from.
Yeah, and neither are you, Gant. Neither are you.
Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Well,
What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
my. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was now a jog 5-minute list? for all I know, you planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces were discovered. If they were found after Dark was depicted, they were well, then there was. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? But there will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you don't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief. But would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Reggie, in return.
I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys telepathic? Are they in like a secret relationship? What is this?
Press.
I'd appreciate it if you would stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you report. We wouldn't have the guts to do something.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyways, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you even talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rhino's prints are found. Yes, even their prints were found. Even if they're found inside my safe, that would prove your investigation was illegal. Blah 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 blah.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
It's all purely hypothetical, of course. But supposedly I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery.
Not through speaking yet, Rhino. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
That would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized the day Dark was sentenced.
But isn't that like concealing evidence that, you know, whatever. Objection! Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
Hmm?
Calm your tits. The chief is talking about the possibility, so long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come on, Rhino. Think about it. Hey, Bubba.
What?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I'm
Really?
like falling asleep here. Yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Good night.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Night. Love y'all. Have a good stream.
Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye.
How can you look at me in the eye and say that? 'Cause I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murderer here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you'd reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Sure. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, isn't there only one person? I mean, who else would it be? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed to Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor is so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid, without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor had been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What? Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but Chief is also now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of law, is involved in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I don't know. No, way it's this, is it? Okay. No. Is it this? No, wait, no, not that, not that. This? Duh. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you could prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office is in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone. Wait, I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Objection! You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. Objection. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I don't know. What am I supposed to present? Is it the locker? God, I had no idea. Died within an hour and a half. Okay. It's not this. Is it? Is it there? Let's try, I guess. Now, there's gotta be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gann. Okay. Okay. Oops. Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Oh my god. Proof. Want to meet. What is the proof? Okay, wait. Is it the switchblade knife? No. Boom. So it's not this. Okay, let's just think of what it's not. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. Not this. I don't think it's that. Why would it be Marshall's handprints? I don't think it was that. Wait, is it actually? No way, it's the evidence list? Because how would he have gotten it? But he was also hiding evidence, so how was... Okay, I literally have no idea. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I need to present this. Okay. Then let me present that. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet here you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? because he needed it to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that's... you mention it. I believe I might have done something of the sort. Objection. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Objection! You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. What the heck did he use? What is the most useless evidence I have? Wait, used Edgeworth? I mean, it wasn't Edgeworth's car. Let's see. I think that's really the most... What have I not presented? I haven't presented that. But I feel like I don't really need to present that. I mean, this is a pretty useless piece of evidence. Like, I've not used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stop? Miles Edgeworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Objection! You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Ah! I was... Okay, yeah. To move the evidence. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Damn. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time? Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch and the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special. Objection! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet! Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Objection! So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, I think I had Lana dispose of the body. If so, then show your proof and get over with it. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damien Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I guess so! I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of doubt. Is it this? Here, let me look at this. Is it this? I guess it would maybe be. Hmm. I don't know. Let's see, what's in this picture again? Not that. I guess I'll present this. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge, since you are the judge. Oh, but I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late for lunch. Okay. Proof. Okay, what is... I don't know, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing here. Okay. It's no use in showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble where you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Objection! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows about the trial, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot of 515 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with the certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on! Huh? Oh, wait. Oh, that was him. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to lunch. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Isn't that against the law? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Jeez, we're gonna be here all day. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else. Hey, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. Your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Humph. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Who's this? Oh, okay. Now it's her. Emma! Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was just in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It was all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you don't want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, better get back. It's time for the trial act. The final act. I can read. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Okay. We're going. We're going, you guys. We're going. Yes, let's save. This is really taking a long time. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, are you the chief prosecutor? I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. And the one chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, let's see. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then. That would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damien Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimonies you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed of was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. It's all just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim, and you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. But why did you do it that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. So you rearranged the crime scene. Oh, not me do that. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't have to be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists that she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay. Do I have anything to present? Probably not. Probably not for that. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement. Let me see. Yep, not right. Not right. That's what I figured. Let's see. Is this the one that I wanted to? Is it this one? I have no idea what to present. Oh, I need to do... I should have asked for the other thing. That's probably why. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by the Chief Gant's office. But the body was found by your... Let's see. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered into pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Nero Marshall was dead and Dark was laying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time of the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. I guess I present the jar. Objection! Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on that shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. It may be missing something crucial here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, so I didn't have any time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly does. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. As someone who happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. It wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you not see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. Detective's always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go, wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gone to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent strain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this in the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Objection! Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found a final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how so? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On that night, Prosecutor Marshall was murdered. You were not the first one to show up on that scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But could the defendant have simply missed a piece? Objection. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone a detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Objection. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for a dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there, why would he... Objection! The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damien Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Oh my god. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were laying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw that what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. What do you mean a picture? What do you mean a picture? This? Hey, there's a picture here. What? Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted the criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? That cloth! It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it. Come on now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What now, you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Objection. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of noose tightening around your own neck. Jesus. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that is true. Wait, do you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? That one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I don't know. I really have no idea. I don't know. I don't want to make the wrong mistake. I don't know. Do I show evidence or do I not show evidence? I guess I had to just... Oh, I can't show the evidence, I guess. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. Then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. How's nobody grabbed first? Maybe because nobody has been here. Anyways, hello Millie. Welcome to the stream. That is when she saw the scene. She would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I'm doing fine, Millie. Had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder of that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. Didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. Objection! If you fabricated all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you're hiding the cloth and cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it's too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I show the evidence now. Well, you already admitted to that, but I don't know if he actually did the murder by now. What if he's the actual murderer? What the heck? How am I supposed to know? I don't know what to pick. Okay, I'm just gonna show evidence and hope for the best. Because he already admitted to it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Okay. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint in this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for I can read. Analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could have not been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had this all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already knew? You already know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma Sky. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still try to pin the murderer on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall into his death. Hold it! How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma's guy, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I feel like it's something to do with this picture, but I'm not quite sure what. What is it? don't know why this was even tagged. Is it the photo? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Grr. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have it been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Grr. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. The jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through very active creating insurance. You proved that you were the actual murderer. No. It's finally all over. Objection. Oh, that was close, Rido. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Rido here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. While Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully, illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I don't know. I guess I did not. I'm gonna assume. Wait, let me look at the court record again. No evidence shall be shown. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha. So the evidence is illegal. Objection. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. You're nothing but a coward. You can really believe... Objection. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is that evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have the approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Objection. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damien Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damien Gant. The killer was you. Oh, wow. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he's insisted on hounding on me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but never thought he would bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The accused's knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. Didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker. Used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. Had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Urgh. Leaving the prosecution's car side. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had just as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove? Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Audrey. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel the lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damien Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rado here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I hear them already. Okay. Couldn't read that fast enough. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damien Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I've had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is that you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free from these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of the murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. You know, I did my best too. But Anna didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. Thought you'd like to see someone. Thank you for redeeming Hydrate. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you didn't have to apologize. I am happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. No one can change the past, but the only thing we could do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing, we could find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? And why? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted correctly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Amy Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. This is taking too long. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, we were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. This, I guess? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that I need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe my thanks to you, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. I probably should have presented the picture. You know what? Can't go back now. And as for me, I think it's time I start on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter that to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I didn't agree to this. I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection. Oh my god. So this part over. Jeez. I guess we could watch this. Wait, where's the... Thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. You could check out, let's see, my TikTok and my Discord. And I'll see everyone on the next stream, which is probably going to be Friday, like it usually is. Bye everyone. Have a good time zone.